Thank you, Drag. I didn't have the right microphone selected. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. Today, more Eastertonian investigations. Last time, Miles Edgeworth got framed for murder on a very, very fancy plane. Was able to begin an investigation, but not finish it. And after landing, Francisca, well, I was going to say took over the investigation, but I guess technically it wasn't officially our investigation in the first place. And yeah, I don't know why the chat isn't working. Let's refresh it. No, okay. But yeah, I'm hoping that Francisco will give us... nope, that's the problem. There we go. I hadn't done a thing I thought I'd already done. There we go. Right. I hope Francisco will let us do enough investigation to actually prove our innocence. I mean, I assume so. Given that Edgeworth didn't come back to the office. Well, I mean, he did come back to the office, so he didn't end up in jail. Hello, Drag. How are you doing? Right. March 12th, 2:52 p.m. Flight G390, lower deck cargo hold. The cargo hold, which we're pretty sure is where the actual murder happened. Wow, so this is the cargo hold, huh? It's so big! I mean, so was the rest of the plane, Gumshoe. This plane is a special model. It has both a super large cargo hold and ultra luxurious first class seating. So, this is the real scene of the murder. There is certainly a high probability of that, which is why we're here, correct? You got a lot of stuff to sort out in your current project. Same. Actually, many projects. I have too many projects. I mean, I'm guessing that the cargo hold probably runs like the entire length of the plane or something like that. But then, yeah, it's also quite tall. I don't know how tall a normal cargo hold on a plane is. Maybe the plane itself is just ridiculously, ridiculously huge, which is why proportionally it just looks like a normal plane. Yes, we see there is one suitcase missing, which is probably the one used to transport the dead body. Honestly, these are pretty good suitcases if they've got enough room in them to transport a dead body and can in fact move an entire adult human body without the wheels giving out or anything. Hello, Carl. How you doing? Okay, let's get investigating, sir. Begin investigation. Cargo deck hold. Okay, what range of movement do we have? We can only go that far. And we can also go this far. Okay. Oh, this is a proper cargo hold. This isn't just cases and stuff. Bed sheets going from the country that the victim was from, right? Over to the USA. color, white. 50 sheets? I didn't know that this plane was capable of carrying such large pieces of cargo. This thing's as tall as two of you on top of each other, sir. That is quite a tall roof. It would probably take 20 of you to cover the entire surface of this monstrosity. This one or that one? This one, I guess. What? Really? Yeah, I guess that sounds about right. There's really no need to take that throwaway estimate seriously, detective. Can we look at any of the other? Yes, we can. Yes, I am deliberately ignoring the actual important things. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. It sure brings back memories of when I worked as a part-time mover, sir. By the look in his eyes, he's waiting for me to ask about the rest of the story. But no matter how he pours on the puppy eyes, I have no intention of doing so. But Edgeworth, let Gumshoe tell his story. Hello, Nick. I'm doing fine. Well, my legs are upset with me. With how much walking and stuff I've been doing in the last few days, but other than that. How are you? Did I ask that? Holy suitcases, Mr. Edgeworth! It's like an all-you-can-use suitcase fair! These must be the leftover ones they couldn't sell. I mean, there's only 12 of them, well, 11 of them, but you know. Then again, I don't know how many of them they made in the first place. Ooh, busy work week, huh? I wish you luck. The ones the company is planning to dispose of after this flight is over. This paint job is really cool, don't you think? It practically screams artsy. Oh, why not purchase one then? I'm sure it will bring you much happiness. Edgeworth, I don't think Gumshoe has that much money in his bank account for these ridiculously overpriced suitcases. The price tag on those suitcases was more than I spent at the con yesterday, and I thought I spent a lot of money. You think so? Maybe I will. I'll see you at $1,200! Yeah, several times what I spent yesterday. I doubt that the paint job contributed much to the price. It's probably the branding. I think I'll pass. And Miss Tenero wonders why they don't sell. You'd need 2 jobs just to buy one. Although, it definitely looks like one is missing. What is this brittle substance I'm stepping on? It's a bunch of glass fragments. Yeah, where are those glass shards from? Well, it's got to be something else in the cargo hold. It's not going to be the windows on the plane. We would know if one of those was cracked. So it's going to be like a glass, some kind of plaque or something. I mean, they're kind of the wrong shape to be a glass, maybe. Actually, I don't know. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. In here. No? Oh, okay. I can't look at the glass fragments. Boo. I want to see what we've got in here. Ah, yes, the broken glasses. That would in fact be where the glass shards are from. They do kind of make that shape, don't they? I think we can safely conclude that these fragments are from a pair of glasses. And the victim was wearing a pair of broken glasses. Exactly what I was thinking. I'm sure the shards would match up perfectly with the remnants of his glasses lenses. Ergo, the victim was here just as I suspected. So you're saying the real scene of the crime was here, sir? Isn't that what I've been saying for a while now? Oh, is it? I didn't know that. Perhaps it's a bit too early to draw that conclusion. However, I believe that the probability just skyrocketed considerably. Yeah, I meant... What kind of glass are glasses made of? What kind of glass are glasses made of? Because, yeah, it would be dangerous if they broke into, like, well, those pieces are sharp pieces. It doesn't look like it's tempered glass or anything that... New fear unlocked! New fear unlocked. Glasses are way too close to my eye to be comfortable with that one. All that's left is to find the murder weapon. Which is going to be something heavy, and I mean, it's probably in... I need to look at the briefcase, but I don't want to just yet. All sorts of boxes are piled up here. This one says flammable. This one it says pharmaceuticals. This one says for exorcism use only. Just what kind of operation is this airline running? Oh, I just love pushing the buttons on elevators and crosswalk signals. Here, you should give it a try, sir. Go on, push it. I was going to say, it probably won't do anything, Gamshu. They turned them off. The elevator is currently stopped on the first floor, Detective. It can't move. Oh, yeah. Well, I guess nothing would happen if you pushed it now. I mean, technically, Gumshoe, that means you can push it as many times as you want. It's not going to cause anything to happen, so you can just like treat it as a fidget toy. Well, nothing would happen normally anyway without the special keycard. So you need the special keycard to use it from to get on it from here as well as to get it down to here then. Interesting. Well, I mean, I guess the assumption would be that if you got it down to here in the first place, you would have the keycard, and anyone who got down here and didn't have it would be trespassing. Move the door to the attendance room and the elevator's control panels. Require a keycard. Which makes it impossible for a passenger to come down here. And yet. Alright, let's look in the briefcase. Hey, what's with this suitcase, pal? It's what the victim checked in, sir. Oh, that's a checked suitcase. Why is it here? So, this suitcase belonged to Mr. Hicks. I don't think he'd mind if we took a closer look. There's nothing out of the ordinary in here, sir. Wait, a file. And there's a photo of Miss Von Karma in it, sir. Oh? It looks like a profile on Francisca. Why did Mr. Hicks have documents on Francisca in his possession? Oh, that's one that goes into logic as well. I wanted to read them. Game. Why would Mr. Hicks have had a file on her? I don't like that some of my evidence goes into logic and not into evidence. That is a thing that I've decided I don't like about this game. Well, I guess we ask Francisco why our murder victim had information on her. You arrived at the scene of the crime before Detective Gumshoe, correct? And you then immediately began to direct the investigation. It seems to me that you were already here at this airport for something besides this murder. Yes, I was. I've been following a very large and involved government-level international crime. But it's much too large for one person to take on alone. So it was decided I should form a joint investigation with Interpol. Oh no, the dead guy is Interpol. Oh no. That's worse. Interpol is involved. It's a top secret operation, so I really can't tell you any more than I already have. I assume we can logic file to Interpol, and Edgeworth will come to the same conclusion I just came to. Now, why would Mr. Hicks have documents profiling Franziska? Oh, I know! I'll bet he's a big fan of Miss Von Karma, sir. No? Come shoot. Franziska said that she'd come to this airport as part of an Interpol investigation. Oh, maybe Mr. Hicks had heard she was coming here and he followed her. Detective, I think it's more likely that Mr. Hicks was, in actuality, Interpol agent Hicks. I think Franziska has some explaining to do. You came to this airport to rendezvous with the victim, didn't you? Nonsense! What are you talking about? We found a profile detailing information about you in the victim's luggage. I suppose it was prepared for him so he could recognize you when he landed. Which makes him not Mr. Hicks, but rather Interpol agent Hicks. Isn't that correct? I should have known you'd figure it out, Miles. But it looks like they got to him first. So, you really did come here to receive an Interpol agent, then? Yes. Agent Hicks was on the trail of a very large international smuggling ring. Right, so it's that guy up there with all of the valuable antiques, then. We should have a look in some of his crates, particularly that one that's covered in a giant tarpaulin. You went undercover to investigate this crime. And it was I who put him onto this case. I was supposed to receive a call from him on his cell phone once he'd landed. I never expected to receive a call about his murder instead. I think we now have pretty definitive evidence. And actually, wait, no. No, the antique stealer could be a red herring. The smuggled stuff might actually be inside those suitcases. It might be that the pilot and the other stewardess are the ones that are part of the smuggling ring. It depends what they're smuggling. But I mean, I guess you could equally well hide smuggled objects within... No, it has to be the suitcases. It has to be the suitcases. Because they're getting rid of them after this flight. So, like, they're just gonna get junked. No one's gonna check them, right? How much do I trust cargo security checks? I trust airports to check security things pretty darn well. I don't know what happens at the cargo terminal or anything. Actually, was I ever scanned for anything leaving airside at an airport? Actually, maybe not. Then again, they have to load it on somehow in the first place. Depends on the world of Ace Attorney where they have terrible security. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's fair. Then again, admittedly, even here, airport security isn't totally infallible. I had a friend once manage to get through airport security with a tin of Vaseline in his pocket and didn't set anything off. So, then again, maybe not. That Agent Hicks came down here to the cargo hold. But what was he doing down here, sir? His job, Gumshoe! He's an Interpol agent investigating a smuggling ring. There's nothing but luggage. Oh, I get it. Maybe he forgot something in his suitcase and came down to get it. No. I mean, also the real question is how Mr. Hicks got down here. Like, he has to have convinced one of the stewardesses or something to let him down here, right? Maybe he convinced the wrong person. I just noticed that crate back there. It says, I think that says Tasty Winery. So we're calling it grape juice all the time, but oh! Agent Hicks came here for a work-related reason, of that I'm sure. Yes, I'm sure he was here to investigate the smuggling operation he was observing. Franziska, do you know exactly how he intended to pursue his investigation? No, unfortunately, I was going to find out from him after he landed. I see. But this raises another question. A normal passenger can't access the cargo hold on their own. Agent Hicks must have identified himself to a member of the crew and entered the cargo hold with that person who let him in. Yes, and that person then killed him. Yes, and then he was murdered here. His glass fragment and his broken glasses are a testament to that. And then the killer put Agent Hicks into one of those spare suitcases and they entered the elevator. But while they were riding it up, the plane hit that patch of turbulence. Yeah, I was kind of wondering, like, why in this case wouldn't you leave the dead body in the suitcase in the cargo hold? I mean, I'm guessing they were intending on having it in the shop? I mean, that's also not a good place to hide a body. Maybe the murderer intended to swap out this suitcase with the one that I was going to say more friendly stewardess, but the other one is very friendly. But the one that she bought, maybe? And try and pin it on her? Was it only last minute that they decided to try pinning this on Edgeworth just because he was there? Because of the intense shaking, the suitcase popped open and Agent Hicks's body flew out. So okay, clearly these suitcases are not all that good, despite being able to hold an entire adult human male body and still be moved. Either the zips are not good enough to hold that, or it doesn't have zips and just has like catches, which like, why? If whatever fastening method involved in these can just be undone by some turbulence. Maybe it popped open because it was overstuffed. Yeah, okay, fair. At the same time, his wallet fell out of his pocket, spilling its contents everywhere. Which explains why there was money scattered all over the elevator floor. I think it's pretty easy to say who the culprit is at this stage. What? Really, sir? I mean, it's like a 50-50. Probably. Well, we don't actually know how many other people are actually working on this flight. It's probably not the pilot. What you're thinking, Miles Edgeworth. But the killer can be none other than Miss Rhoda Tenero. And no, I think it's the other stewardess, Francisca. I think it's the other stewardess. Definitive evidence. If it was a crew member, any one of them could have shown Agent Hicks to the cargo hold. But the point to keep in mind is the keycard that allows the elevators to come down here. The only person with such high-level access is Miss Rhoda Tenero. Oh, the other stewardess doesn't have one, huh? I'd say that's a pretty decisive piece of information, wouldn't you? I know what she's trying to say, but I'm not certain it's as simple as that. Wasn't her keycard stolen? Technically, we only have her word for that, but yes. What presentable evidence do we have again? The travel wallet, crime scene notes, Sky magazine, the piggy bank, the photo. Is this thing what's under that that sheet? Probably not. Cell phone, grape juice footprints. The refueling, Neela's testimony. Suitcase, the Virginian cloth, and the suitcase receipt. Wait, one of those things just made me think of something. Yeah. What type of shoes are the stewardesses wearing? I mean, probably flats because that would be sensible, but like if either of them was wearing heels, these footprints are not that person. And I guess we won't know what... No, because we get full body sprites in this. I need to pay attention when we see them again. I would like to press this one.
Hold it!
Why would such important things like the key card be entrusted to only one person? According to Kenny Meal, Rio de Janeiro is in charge of most of the important stuff. Then what exactly is Miss Meal in charge of? Chatting it up with that foolish captain, apparently. She was being so foolishly foolish that I didn't want to ask her what her other duties were. Yeah. I understand how you feel, but whipping me just now was uncalled for. In the end, the only one who could have let Agent Hicks into the hold was Rio de Janeiro. Alright, let's press all the things.
Hold it!
That might be true, but then it could be anyone, including Miss Mealy or even the captain. Don't be a fool. A plane without a pilot in the cockpit is like a horse without a rider, crop in hand, much like Scruffy over there. Franziska. Are you aware that planes have 2 pilots? Captain and vice captain. Surely that is no difference, especially in a plane this bloody huge. There are 2 seats in the cockpits of a large aircraft like this. Have you never been and visited the cockpit of a plane, Franziska? Did no one let you do that when you were a child? I mean, I know you can't really do that these days, which is sad. But still. Hey! Sorry. Hey! I can't disagree with her on that. Detective Gumshoe does always need a guiding hand. Do historical retired planes count? No. I mean, are there historic retired passenger planes that don't have space for a second pilot? And I don't mean, well, I mean, I guess small private plane things do kind of count as passenger planes. Commercial passenger planes. I mean, maybe in the past they only had one. There's probably a very good reason that involved a lot of deaths that there's 2. Just like there's a very important reason why both of them don't eat the same thing. All of these safety rules do tend to be written in blood. Oops. It's messing with that pen too much and threw it across the room. Well then, what about that other flight attendant, Miss Mealy? Thought you might ask about her.
Hold it!
But it's highly likely that the keycard was stolen from Miss Tenero. There we go, that's the thing we wanted to do.
Objection!
It's highly likely. Is that possibility the best you can come up with? And you call yourself a disciple of my father? Yeah. Yes, well, while I don't have any evidence, Be quiet. You're a disgrace. There's more evidence pointing to Miss Rhoda Tenero, you know. It's not just the keycard that gives her away. Are you talking about the murder weapon? The Captain Ugo piggy bank? Yes! She's also the only person with a key to open that display case. I mean, the person who killed him is way more likely to have whacked him over the head with their own suitcase. Or indeed with the suitcase they then transported him in. Then again, an empty suitcase isn't particularly heavy. But I guess if you got him with the wheel... It's the matter of the keys to the display case that held the murderous bank.
Hold it!
Objection!
But that is a fake... Stop right there, Miles Edgeworth! You don't have any proof that this is just a red herring. If you must keep on insisting it's a fake, then what is the real murder weapon and where did it go? Speechless, I see. That's not a surprise. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. Well, maybe it's hidden in the flight attendant's locker. You know, the one that you wouldn't let us search. There must be a way. There must be something that can help me rule out the piggy bank as the murder weapon. What should be examined further to help us ascertain the authenticity of the weapon? Well, I mean, we can look at the body and we can see if the piggy bank matches in like size and shape to the wound on the body. That would be what I would go for. Let's do that. Franziska, I think you were too quick to jump to your conclusions. Oh, was I? Yes, we don't even have the autopsy results yet. How can I not say that you made a snap judgment when you've yet to even see if the wound on Agent Hicks's head is consistent with the murder weapon? Scruffy? Yes, sir. Contact the medical examiner's office at once. I wish to hear the results of Agent Hicks's autopsy. Will they have done it yet? Yes, sir. We've got a big problem, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. What is it, detective? Is it the stewardesses have run away? Or is it that one of them is currently a corpse? Or is it that the body disappeared on its way to the medical examiner? They're still doing the autopsy, but they said they already knew this one thing for sure. Report now. Doc said it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. So he did get hit by a suitcase then. From the victim's shoulder to his mid-back. He was beaten over such a wide area. Well, I'd say maybe it's a sign that the killer had a grudge against Agent Hicks. It wasn't just his head. The killer went all out and hit him multiple times, sir. Autopsy report. Instantaneous death resulting from a blow to the back of the head. Bruising from the head to mid-back. Mid-head to... That's a large area. Scruffy. What is had a grudge against Agent Hicks supposed to mean? Well, that's, was the wound on the victim's head consistent with the murder weapon, detective? Oh, well, they said they're still looking into that, sir. You're completely useless. Yeah. Sir, I told you already, you can't go down there. No, you remove yourself from my way. Is it the captain? What's with all that racket? Oh no, it's him. Again. My luggage, my cargo! They're mine and I demand you return them to me. We're still investigating the cargo hold. Please understand and have a little patience. I suppose there's no choice. Is he just gonna jump out? Nope. Finally, I think he gave... Hey, what are you... You've left me no choice but to use strong force. Yeah! You won't get past me! This is... Wait, that's it! So that's what this whole thing has been about. Oh, he fell to his death. He hit his head. Yeah. If our victim fell from here and hit his head there and then thump down on his back on the cargo hold floor. Now there's the question of, is it murder? Is it murder or is it just an accident? Further, there's the matter of the key to the display case that held the murderous bank. What if the cargo wasn't there? Well, I guess he could still have landed on his head and then thumped down onto his back on the floor. And I guess that would make sense as to why there's the blood stain on the top of that cargo. After all, you know that we've searched the entire cargo hold and came up empty-handed. The weapon was gravity! The weapon was gravity the whole time! Doc said it's one giant bruise from a beating from his shoulder down to his mid-back. cause of death with the weapon, I think? With the weapon couldn't be found? Is that gonna be right? Let's try. Okay, so that's what happens if I don't connect the right pieces. Cool. They do just bounce off each other, in which case it's the Katsunugo piggy bank and the fact that the weapon couldn't be found. Or no, it's or it could be the Katsunugo piggy bank and the Chords of Death, I suppose. Yeah, it's the Katsunugo piggy bank and the Chords of Death. At least when we were playing with Poirot, we didn't get penalised for every time we did the mind map wrong. Allegedly, the killer struck the victim many times over, which is why there's extensive bruising over such a wide area. But is that really the correct conclusion to draw from the evidence? The bruise from his shoulder to the middle of his back is one continuous mark. Which is more suggestive of a single blow to the back? If that's the case, then the piggy bank is much too small to have caused that. The Poirot mind map was bigger, that's true. Therefore, the murder weapon must be something far bigger. Yeah, it's the entire cargo hold floor. Or gravity, depending on which you consider to be the actual murder weapon here. Okay. The fact that the weapon couldn't be found, and the fact that it's probably huge. If we're looking for a rather large weapon, you'd think it would stick out. And so far, we haven't found anything that resembles a weapon of any sort. Perhaps, and just perhaps, it's something we all overlooked from the very beginning. Because normally it's too impossibly big to be taken into consideration. I love how we're doing all of this stuff based on just seeing the guy fall and not just going, ah, he fell to his death. What was that all about? Was he trying to jump his way down here? Franziska. What? What do you want? I found it, Franziska. I found the real murder weapon. You did? He really jumped. We didn't realise it until now, but the answer has been right in front of us this whole time. He might be up. We should go check up on him, sirs. Gumshoe, you have such a big heart. These two are here discussing someone who's already dead, and Gumshoe's like, we should really go check on the guy who just fell. There's that pompous attitude of yours again. You should learn to drop that habit. This coming from a prosecutor with a habit of whipping everyone she comes across. Anyway, if you really are a prosecutor, then you'll back yourself up with evidence. You two aren't listening at all, are you? Come on then, show me this real murder weapon you speak of. I don't think I have it in my pocket, Franziska. I do not have it in my pockets, Franziska. I don't have any evidence to show you. Also, by the way, Carl, can you stop giving hints? It's really annoying. I'll get there when I get there, and I'm not after help. If I'm after help, I'll actually ask. Foolish reasoning for a foolish fool from a foolishly foolish fool meant to fool me. What do you mean I don't have any evidence to show? Perhaps I should have phrased it as that which caused Agent Hicks's death is incorporeal. Yes, because it's gravity. Forgive me, but I do believe I figured out what was the real cause of death. That would be freefall. The victim fell from a great height and subsequently died as a result. In other words, the real cause of death is free falling to the ground, upon which his glasses smashed and the glass ended up over here. So maybe he didn't fall from the very, very top. Yes, this is the only plausible possibility. The victim has extensive bruising on the back of his head and his back. And the only rational explanation for these injuries is that he fell to his death. But the murder happened inside this plane. I know. Claiming that there is some place in this plane from which he could have fallen from. Franziska, are you blind? You're supposed to be a prosecutor and an investigator. The fucking stairs, Franziska. As I said earlier, the answer has been right in front of us the entire time. You can't mean... Yes, I do. The victim fell from the top of the stairs of this very cargo hold. What? And then... We're in trouble. We may have a second death on our hands, sirs. No, he didn't fall far enough. It's fine. Hey, you! Tell me you aren't dead, pal! Quiet! Why are you screaming? He's alive! Yeah, he fell like a meter. I mean, he could have died. It's probably perfectly possible to hit your head wrong, falling even that far. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. I mean, he could have fallen from, like, here. You know? Like, maybe 2 steps down. But equally, given that we haven't seen a bloodstain yet, possibly something was pushed over it. You have it, Miles Edgeworth. It's not possible that Agent Hicks fell over the railing to his death. That man is living proof of that. How are you, prosecutor? I suppose it's true that it's not possible, given the current circumstances. The current circumstances? What is that supposed to mean? Suppose that large piece of cargo wasn't there at the time. What would have happened then? I mean, even if it was there, if you pushed someone over that railing hard enough, they might not actually land on it. He would have been a Borginian pancake for sure, sir. I suppose that man over there wouldn't still be breathing. But the reality is that cargo box is there. So there's no point in entertaining your wild hypothetical scenarios. No, Franziska, entertain my wild hypothetical scenarios. I have so many of them, Franziska, please. I can tell you a million different ways that someone could fall off those stairs to their death. I could even demonstrate. It may be there now, but there's no proof that it was always there. Oh yeah, what? That was a thing I was going to check. The timings. So we know that... Oh, well, I've got to do the bloody math again. We know that the antiques dealer saw him leave around, was it 8? It was 8 or 6, it was 6, I think, around 6, but his timing was off. So it was actually, we figured out it was like 9 hours off. What was the time that we did the refueling? Yeah. Yeah, so basically the guy died around 3 a.m. or so, and they loaded in cargo after that. That could have been a window of time where that giant box was not there. Now I do have evidence about that in my pocket, Franziska. Ah, but there was. What? What can I use to show that it's possible the box was not always where it is now? That would be the refueling in Zengfa.
Take that!
You refueled in the Republic of Zengfa? The big box to the left actually says Zengfa on it, doesn't it? Yes, this flight had a short layover in Zengfa in order to refuel. But that wasn't the only reason for the layover. We also transferred some cargo. What if the box in question was only transferred onto the plane at that time? Yeah, I'd forgotten the place that we took on cargo in when I saw that in the first place. To further prove my point, let's take a look at what's next to the box in question. Ah, it's labelled Zengfar Express. Correct. Meaning it was loaded onto the plane in Zengfar. We can assume. I really like the derpy looking phoenix. Cargo from Zengfar data jotted down in my organizer. I mean, I think it's a phoenix. It's got fancy head feathers and fancy tail feathers. Now, what if the box in question was also loaded on at the same time? It would mean the box was not here in the cargo hold during the Europe to Zengfar leg of the flight. Making a clear drop from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death entirely possible. Which could just mean he could have just fallen to his death and someone who was working on the cargo hold stuff could have gone, oh no, there's a dead body. Yeah, but your theory is still very far-fetched. Then allow me a chance to prove how very likely my scenario is. Yeah, let's just move the box and see if there's a bloodstain underneath it. My first order of business will be to examine that piece of cargo in more detail. Back into investigation mode. Yeah, that's definitely Phoenixy. Or like Suzaku. It's got the floofs. Keeping track of this many pieces of cargo must be very taxing on the cargo crew. No, this is the thing about part-time mover job. Great. This is a rather large piece of cargo. There's a tag on it, sir. Let's see. A leaf red statue. Never heard of it. Nor I. But all I care about is if we can prove it wasn't here at the time of the crime. And let's get investigating, sir. He's mad at us. It's his, is it? Look here, do not go about touching my possessions without my permission. Don't rush up on me like that, pal. So, this belongs to Mr. LeBlanc, does it? I should see what else I can find out from him. Ooh, nope. That's... I was trying to talk to him. Alright, let's go around the other side. Yep. There we go. I take it that this large piece of cargo belongs to you, Mr. LeBlanc. Of course it is mine! I shipped this fine piece of art from Europe! This leaf red statue is worth 10 million cents. No, maybe much, much more. Cents. Okay, so we've got a... That's $100,000. That's a similar price to the pile of suitcases next to it. Mr. LeBlanc's reason for choosing this plane must have been the large cargo hold. Oh yeah, because he clearly can't ship it lying down, no. It has to be upright. $10 million cents. I suggest you stop trying to calculate how many packets of noodles that makes, Detective. Depending on where you're getting them, up to $1 million. The suitcase. I moved my decimal place wrong, didn't I, Drag? Okay, 10 times what that pile of suitcases is. That still doesn't feel like a lot in comparison. Don, how did you do that? I feel like you keep getting better and better at seeing right through me every year. Though I grow with each revolution of the planet around the sun, I have the distinct impression he continues to madly spin in place. Aye, Mr. Edgeworth, so that 10 million cents, is that in euros or in dollars? Well, if it's in euros, it's more, right? Valuable-wise. Does it really make a difference to our case? Mr. LeBlanc, there is a chance your cargo is related to our murder case. I was wondering if you would allow us to examine it a bit closer. It is a very valuable piece of art, so no, there will be no touching. Mr. LeBlanc claims to have brought a piece of art from Europe, but... I feel like the thing that really matters is whether this came from Europe or not. And whether he is, in fact, part of the smuggling ring. Oh, no, that wasn't the button that I wanted. I wanted to check what we had hidden in the logic right now. Ah, yes, we have smuggling and valuable piece of art. Exactly the question I wanted to ask. If Mr. LeBlanc has something to do with the smuggling ring... Admittedly, it could be Mr. LeBlanc and the captain working together. Mr. LeBlanc and a member of the crew. And then it's possible this fake statue was brought on board in Zhengfa. I think I need to question him a bit further. About your statue, Mr. LeBlanc. I wonder if it might be a fake. I mean, if it looks like the one in the picture with the deceased, then it is definitely a fake because we know where the real one is. What? How dare you say my art is fake? I suspect your statue might be the target of an international smuggling ring. Don't say such fantastical things. Those thieves would not dare. Oh, wait. So you mean... Oh, Edgeworth, you think they swapped the real statue out for a fake in Zhengfa? Is that where we're going with this? I have the certification of my cargo right here. Do you mean the cargo certification document? Mr. Zinc LeBlanc, why didn't you say so earlier? Please show it to us at once. Go you Airlines Airway Bill. Signed by... Oh no, wait, that's not a signature at the top, that's a... That says July. That's probably name, date, signature. I can't read this. What does it say? I mean, you and I both, Franziska. You and I both. It says plain as day that the cargo was put onto the plane in Europe. And there you have it, Miles Edgeworth. Too bad for you. This statue was brought on board in Europe, just as it states in this certificate. That doesn't mean they didn't move it. When they could have rearranged the cargo in Zhengfa. No, that's... Which means there never was a window of time in which the statue wasn't sitting there. Ali Fred certificate data, jotted down in my organizer. Alright, let's go have a look. Ah, it's written in Borginian, huh? Which is why we don't know what it says. Let's double check the autopsy report. Ackby Hicks, age 28, time of death, yeah, between 3 AM and 4:30. Cranial contusion due to blunt force trauma to the back of the head. And appears to have been extensively beaten on the upper half of his back. So I did do the time of death calculation correctly, that's good. I respectfully disagree. We can't discount the theory until I see the statue for myself. I still don't know why you want to see the statue itself. I want to see the ground underneath it, Edgeworth. Then you can have your wish. Look at it yourself and see that I am right. It's a fake. There's two reasons that I know it's a fake. Two reasons. One, we know the original is in a museum. Two, the eyes are the wrong colour, and unless you're colourblind, sir, you should realise that, given its name includes red in its name. That's yellow. This. I know I've seen this somewhere before. This is the Elif Red. Gives off such a feeling of art. Practically smell it. This statue has a high amount of historic value. After it was unveiled at a museum in Europe, I brought it to this country to exhibit it. Piece of art's being shipped by Mr. LeBlanc, who claims it's worth 10 million cents. I believe a closer look is warranted here. It's also in a giant... I'm not sure if glass display box or, like, perspex. Glass feels like a bad idea. So, this is the infamous Elif Red statue, What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Did you find something? There's something wrong with this picture. We should examine it in more detail. I mean, I don't know if museum cases are glass or not. I mean, I guess they could be like bulletproof glass. Would bulletproof glass break in turbulence? Tempered glass would at least break into, like, less dangerous shards. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yes, it is. I mean, I didn't open this up to double check. But yeah. I mean, it's blatantly obvious given the name, dude.
Eureka!
These eyes are awfully orange, don't you think? I was going with yellow, but sure, Edgeworth. I guess that one on the right's kind of orangey in the shadows. Yeah, I'm pretty. They remind me of sunsets when I was in grade school, sir. Yellow? I don't think you see what I'm talking about. No, I do! But it's really like the colour of the sun when it's setting, sir. Gumshoe, are you colourblind? Ah, the memories. I remember standing out in that field, spinning with my arms out until I fell ill. I don't care about sunsets. Focus, detective. What colour are the eyes in this photo? And what colour are the eyes as implied by the name of the bloody statue? But there is a colour blindness related to red. Although that's typically red-green colourblind. I think. But then I guess if you had like red-green colourblindness and you sort of figured out which greens were more likely to be red. And you could be like, this doesn't look completely red, but I don't know. I do not have that type of colourblindness. Huh? Yeah! Sir, they're red! As I thought. This statue is a fake. Mr. LeBlanc. What do you want? Do you not know I'm a busy man? I allow you 2 seconds for your answer. Yeah, there are multiple types of colourblindness. They've got specific names. And I don't remember them. There's got to be at least 3, I think. Oh, that I have another type. I don't think I'm colorblind. I think I just have difficulty telling the difference between different shades of the same color sometimes. There's this card game that I've been playing with my friends, and one of my friends suggested that the color of blue on the backs of the cards was different between the card types. And that friend was using it to do rather well at the game, and I'm just looking at these two cards going, I don't see a difference! No, not White Schwartz. Chocobo's Crystal Hunt. A game that I am pretty bad at. Is it fun? It's a lot of fun. It is somehow even fun when you're doing incredibly badly at it, or when you have a friend who's ridiculously good at it. So I used to play it with a friend who was so good at it that I stopped actually looking at my own hand and just kept shuffling it upside down when it was not my turn, so that said friend couldn't try and like read the cards by looking in my eyes or something. Or by judging how I reacted. It's like, if I don't know which card you're trying to steal from my hand, I can't have a particular reaction to it. Anyway. Yes, I play TCGs, mostly White Schwartz. Good trick for playing Old Maid. Yep. I mean, Chocobo Crystal Hunt is kind of Old Maid, basically. In the very basics of the gameplay. There's like a little more on top of it, but it's mostly Old Maid. But with chocobos. And crystals. The Elif Red. I suppose this is your pride and joy, is it not? It is the biggest trophy on this European trip. Do you know why I wanted to possess this statue? The trigger started 17 years ago. Yeah, I was about to say, Gumshoe, for someone who's so obsessed with how long it's taking to do things, he sure is about to launch into his life story. Mr. LeBlanc, I regret to inform you, and you have my heartfelt sympathy, but... What is that sympathy for what? You'll see. I'd like you to compare the eyes. That large fellow there has very bright and pretty eyes compared to you. Accidental burn. Well, not accidental, but on him. But it's like, no, those aren't the eyes not the eyes I was asking about. I wasn't talking about the two of us. I meant the eyes of the statue in front of us and the one in this photo. Why the sudden yelling? Now then... Oh. It'll still get a decent amount of money for being a pretty rock. Not if it's a concrete cast. I mean, I guess you could still sell it for quite a bit of money to someone who wanted something like that in, like, their garden. You could probably still get, like, 1,000 quid or so from a rich person who wants a replica statue in their garden. Or inside their house, if they've got enough space. It is a photo of the statue on display at the museum in Europe. Now do you see, Mr. LeBlanc? The statue before us is a fake. I mean, I doubt they're real gems, Carl. I bet you it's glass. Coloured glass. Or maybe just a cheaper mineral. Something with that colour. Something like citrine, maybe. Something that's not technically a precious mineral. And several things end up inside houses that seem to be too large to physically fit through the doors. I do often question how you get a grand piano into a house. When I see them in, like, films and stuff. Actually, some sofas too. It's like, how did they get that in there? I mean, with great difficulty is the answer. I believe that even further examination will be required. Now that we've confirmed this is indeed a fake. There must be some sort of proof that this was brought on board in Zhengfa. And I will present to you evidence that will resolve the remaining contradiction. Okay, evidence that it was brought on board in Zhengfa. Down here? Ah! Yep! Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the best evidence that it was brought on board in Zhengfa. What's this? The statue looks like it's stepping all over its neighbour's cloth cover. Kinda resembles its owner's attitude in a sense. What have you said now? Furthermore, my clothing's hem is not being stepped on by anyone. No, not yours. It is too expensive for me to allow that to happen. Please forgive the trespasses of my subordinate. Why should I forgive if the dress passes? Unless it is an expensive dress, you keep it. Anyway, sorry, we probably needed to hit the juice on this, right? Juice. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Did we have one specifically for that? Cargo from Zhengfa, there it is. There is clearly a contradiction here. What are you going on about? It's just a simple case of a cargo cover getting stuck under another piece of cargo. Franziska, do I have to explain the issue here? Because if I have to explain the issue here, I'm going to explain it via rock layers, and I don't think you know enough about geology. Or even archaeological layers. Actually, I can dumb it down for you, Franziska. The thing that is below the other thing is older. And she's realised it. There we go, it's fine. That's not possible! But it is. It shouldn't be this way, but the statue is on top of the cloth. Supposing that the neighbouring piece of cargo was brought on board in Zhengfa, there is no way that any part of it should wind up under something from Europe. Unless the something from Europe was moved, but that's irrelevant at this point. Which means this fake statue was smuggled on board in Zhengfa. But then, what about the cargo certificate? Let me ask in return, what about Agent Hicks? Why did he come down here in the middle of the flight? To check that the cargo that was supposed to be here was here. There is only one reason why: to secure proof of smuggling activities aboard this flight. So you say, but I don't believe he had to do that mid-flight. Yes, he did. He had to do it before they stopped to take on more cargo. We could have just as easily inspected all of the cargo after the plane landed. That may be true. However, you have it backwards, Franziska. Sure, Agent Hicks could have waited until after the plane had landed, but he had a reason for coming down to the cargo hold. Suppose he had found the fake at the airport. Would have been after the swap had occurred. At that time, the suspicion would naturally fall onto the statue's owner, who would have no way to prove that the statue was switched without his knowledge. Which means there's someone involved who's forging or modifying cargo certificates. Says statue was loaded on board in Europe, but statue's fake. So I guess the question is really, was the statue a fake all along, or was it swapped out in Zhengfa? Like, was Mr. Antiques Dealer duped into buying a fake statue? Or did he have stuff stolen from him in the middle of the flight? Or is he part of it? Well, I guess the victim knew the real version of this was going to get nabbed, huh? Yes. While this photo could be seen as nothing more than a simple souvenir, it was, in fact, taken to be used as a reference document later on. Next, Agent Hicks had to secure proof that the smuggling had taken place. He came down here to take a picture of the cargo hold. A rather empty one at that, right before the fake statue could be loaded on board. A photo of the hold missing a valuable piece of cargo would have been proof enough. And that's why his phone is missing. Because he took the photo on it. After that, all he had to do was hold the Zengfar cargo crew and arrest the smuggler. Exactly. This only goes to prove my theory. If the statue was not in the cargo hold during the Europe to Zengfar leg of the trip, there would have been enough height from which Agent Hicks could have fallen to his death. Also, the only way we are moving that statue is if we get a forklift. I can see the base of that with its spaces for forklift tines. Move this statue immediately. I want a thorough examination of the floor underneath now.
Miss Von Karma, I'm ready to report my findings.
Go on.
After moving the Elite Red statue out of the way, we tested the area underneath it with luminol, and there was a reaction.
Oh, they did try to clean up. They didn't just shove a statue over the top of the bloodstain. So possibly the cargo handlers from Zengfar are innocent. Ooh, boy, that's a lot of blood. I mean, I guess, no, so, some of that spread of blood is going to be from trying to wipe it up. That's why all the striations in it. I see, there was a reaction to luminol. An indication that there was blood in that spot.
Can we stop looking at it now, sirs?
It would seem that my deductions were correct after all. I suppose it would appear that way.
The culprit cleaned up the blood well.
How do you think the killer did that? Oh, that's with the piece of cloth. Boop. The one covered in blood.
Take that!
The killer used the bloody cloth I found inside the suitcase to clean up the mess. I see. They had a need to clean up all the blood before the plane landed in Zengfar.
Yes, because otherwise the cargo crew would have discovered it during the layover. So, you guys are saying the murder happened before the plane landed in Zengfar?
There is no other conceivable timeline for the events of the murder. But if that is true, then that throws a certain person's testimony into doubt. Is that the testimony we're holding? Nope, not that one, not that one. Miss Milo's testimony? Yes. That Mr. Ackley Hicks was in his seat when they took off again at 5 AM. If the murder occurred before we landed in Zengfar, then this becomes highly suspect. Miss Milo's testimony. Recall Miss Milo's testimony about Agent Hicks in regard to when we departed Zengfar. I saw Mr. Hicks sitting in his seat at 5 AM, you know. She claims Agent Hicks was alive at the time of the service calls, but...
That totally contradicts the facts, sir!
But why would she lie about something like that? Why do criminals usually lie, Francisca? Because they think it'll help them get off scot-free. That's why. Like, oh no, he was still alive at 5 a.m. Trying to deceive the police. I think the only person who can answer that is Miss Mealy herself. To be continued. Save, yes. Save. Okay, they are both wearing heels. March 12th, 3:35 p.m. Flight G390, lower deck cargo hold. Miss Mealy. Miss Mealy! Huh? Do you recall what you said earlier? About when you answered some service calls as we were departing from Zhengfa? Huh? You said that Mr. Hicks was sitting in his seat at that time. However, that is simply not possible. Because Mr. Hicks was long dead before we ever touched down in Zhengfa. Sorry, no, because Mr. Hicks was dead long before we ever touched down in Zhengfa. I mean, honestly, not that long, Edgeworth. Like an hour at most, but sure. Oh? Miss Cammy Mealy. I just got the pun. She's named after chamomile. As in the type of tea that helps you sleep. Oh no. Maybe I didn't see what I thought I did. No one could make a mistake so large, Miss Mealy. I had to say both names together to get it out loud. And clearly clearly it still didn't dawn on me last time. And I make that kind of boo-boo all the time. Why are you still employed? I mean, it's because you're part of a smuggling ring and not actually part of an airline, but, like, lady, that is allegedly your entire job. Clearly not actually your entire job, because clearly you have a different job, but... yeah. This is going nowhere. There must be a better way of resolving this contradiction. Very well, Miss Mealy, if you please. Tell me about your alibi during the time span from just before we were to land at 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. when the body was found. Are you telling me I'm a suspect, Mr. Edgeworth? Miss Mueller's alibi. Yeah. From 3 to 4, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. Yeah. And from 5 till 6, I was, in the flight attendant's room all by my lonesome self. So you have no alibi. Is what I'm hearing. How is a man supposed to react to a testimony like that? Miss Milo, wake up! She fell asleep again. It looks like the only way I'm going to be able to wake her up is by pressing her. I mean, we could just slap her. That might work. We're probably not allowed to do that. I guess we press the specific statements, maybe?
Hold it!
If I remember correctly, food was being served in first class and the lounge between the hours of 3 and 4 a.m. Oh, so you can have your food either at your seat or down in the lounge then. I mean, that's kind of nice. Yeah, that's kind of stuff's run by Miss Rhoda. Then what were you doing in the attendance room at the time? Eating, and then having a most delicious dream. You mean you were neglecting your duties? No way! Sleeping's part of our job too, you know. I mean, only if you've actually been doing work. What's the point in you getting your sleep breaks if you're not actually doing your job?
Hold it!
So, you were alone the entire time, were you? Yeah, no one else even popped their head in to say hi. Oh, well, I think a contradiction just popped in to say hi. What should I do? Should I raise an objection? So wait. Is the contradiction that she said the guy was in his seat at 5? Is that our contradiction? When the movie's supposed to start. 5 is drinks. I mean, we probably should raise an objection. I'm just not 100% certain what I'm raising an objection with. I'm sure I'll figure it out. Miss Milo, there is a clear contradiction embedded in your testimony. Huh? you talking about?
It's not possible that you were alone in the attendance room the whole time from 5 till 6 a.m.
Okay, why is it not possible?
Oh, wait.
Is it this?
It is this.
Yes.
It's the receipt.
Take that!
I wonder if you would be so kind as to take a look at this receipt, Miss Mealy.
Huh? A receipt? For what?
It's for the suitcase Miss Teniero bought. Now, if I may direct your attention to the timestamp. As you can see, it clearly says 5:40 a.m. Miss Teniero.
Yes? Why is the killer here? I thought you'd have her locked up by now.
I requested she be present as a witness, so we may straighten out your complex lie. Now then, Miss De Niro. Between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m., you took a trip from first class down to the first floor in-flight shop, correct?
Yes, I went to the shop to buy a suitcase. After which I went straight to the attendance room to drop it off.
And did you see Miss Mealy there at that time?
No?
So, Miss Mealy, where were you really between the hours of 5 and 6 a.m.? Miss Cammy Mealy.
The bathroom?
For an entire hour, sure. I'll be the one to ask the questions here.
Yeah, maybe that's it. I probably just miss her. Nature calls, you know.
Do you take me for a fool? It's a little too convenient to be true.
But it's the truth. Cross my heart.
I don't have enough conclusive proof to counter-argue her at this stage.
You don't believe me, do you? Please, won't you give me a chance and hear me out?
Reason for suspicion.
Look, I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. But you'd think that maybe you should also suspect Miss Rhoda too. She's the one in charge of the elevator keycard and the shop, you know. If you ask me, that makes her super suspicious.
Please leave Miss Teniero out of the conversation. Only you are under suspicion for now.
I don't get it. Why are you covering for Miss Rhoda all of a sudden? Oh, now I get it. Maybe you've got your eye on Miss Rhoda.
Of course I'm keeping an eye on her. I can't very well let her escape, can I?
Never mind. But you want to know something? Miss Rhoda actually kind of like...
I have absolutely no interest in people who can't appreciate my sense of design.
Now's not the time for this sort of talk. I know you're suspecting me because I'm one of the crew. You think maybe you should also suspect Ms. Rhoda. Who's the one in charge of the elevator keycard in the shop. Yeah, let's press that one.
Hold it!
And what are you in charge of, Ms. Milo? I take care of the attendance room? Lies. That doesn't count. Aww, but I spend so much time in there, it might as well be my responsibility. Yeah, the only way this lady hasn't been fired is if she's basically a fake stewardess. Put in place to give people access to bits of the plane that they shouldn't necessarily have access to or something. Mr. Edgeworth, Cammie's very talented in languages, so she assists passengers who may not speak English. Especially those who speak Borginian. She's the only one on this flight who is fluent. Oh, you mean that kind of what am I in charge of? Why didn't you say so in the first place? What else could I have meant? Yeah, so I'm really good at Borginian. She's fluent in Borginian. Then I suppose you're in charge of processing documents in Borginian? Yeah, I take care of anything that has to do with Borginian. Ah, that's what the smugglers are using her for. Faking documents. Very interesting. Alright, we need to present that cargo manifest. Not manifest, cargo thing. So, you're the only one on this flight crew that speaks Borginian. Is that correct? Oh, yeah, I guess so. I studied abroad in Borginia for a while. In that case, then the signature on this document belongs to you, doesn't it? Which is somewhat weird since that signature ends in an R, but sure. I guess they probably didn't change the documents from the Japanese. This is a falsified piece of documentation with only one purpose. To lead anyone who read it to believe that Mr. LeBlanc's statue was loaded in Europe. The only person who would have either prepared or processed this document in Borginian is you, Miss Milo. Without your participation, the smuggling of the Alif Red could not have occurred. Don't sleep when I'm pointing my finger at you. I wouldn't dream of falling asleep on you, Mr. Edgeworth. Bubbles, huh? Is that because you're not allowed to smoke on the plane? It is exactly as you say. Are you confessing to having participated in the smuggling? No, far from it. It's true that I was the one who signed off on that document. But you can't use that fact alone to make your allegation of smuggling stick. There is no direct correlation, after all. All you have is my signature on a piece of paper. Really? All you did was sign it? I neglected to check if the cargo had been loaded onto the plane properly. So, sorry about that. It seems that she's finally woken up. This is going to be one tough fight. Suppose, and this is just a supposition, even if I was involved in the smuggling, you can't throw the charge of murder on me just like that.
Objection!
If you were involved in the smuggling, you'd have very strong motive to kill. Agent Hicks was in the middle of an investigation regarding a smuggling ring. And just when he was about to close in, he's killed by a member of that ring. Well, did you ever stop to think that maybe Rhoda is the smuggling ring member? After all, unlike me, Rhoda has access to many things on this plane for work purposes. So, perhaps there is some element of a setup in play in this case. What are you talking about? Don't worry, I wasn't talking about you. I meant the killer. Ooh? First it was myself, and now it's Miss Tenera who's under the microscope. Seems like our killer is going to great lengths to pin this crime on anyone they can. You have no proof that Rhoda is being set up, or that she isn't. Actually, I believed that she was indeed the intended target from the very beginning. Yes, because it was put into the suitcase. I said that. I believe the plan was to push all the blame for the crime onto her. And this evidence will prove my suspicions. Suitcase, suitcase, suitcase. Right? It's gotta be the suitcase.
Take that!
The killer could have hidden the body anywhere, and yet they chose the suitcase. Why is that? Perhaps it was to move the body from the lower deck to the first floor. However, why go to the trouble to do so? Oh no! Captain Hugo! He's being scalped. The only way all of these actions make sense is if the killer is involved in the smuggling. If the killer is involved in the smuggling, then Rhoda is the one who signed off on that document. And the only way all of these actions make sense
is if the killer had wanted to frame Miss Tenero for the murder. Miss Tenero buys a suitcase on every flight she works without fail. But should her suitcase be switched with the one containing the victim's body, that would put her in a very tight spot. Ah, so that's why the body was only moved like 3 hours later. Because you had to wait for her to buy the suitcase. Unfortunately for the killer, the turbulence put an end to that plan. Wait, is the reason that Miss Mille is in such a state of undress that she got blood on that part of the uniform? There wasn't enough time to put the body back in the suitcase. Ergo, they made do with whoever was at hand, adapted their plan, and tried to frame me as I lay unconscious on the floor from the turbulence. The killer then went to hide the suitcase in the in-flight shop, and brought the piggy bank back to the elevator in order to fabricate a false weapon. A lot of work for a fruitless endeavour, don't you agree? Sounds like the killer had a rough time too, huh? I mean, why did the killer need to frame someone that badly anyway? I mean, you tell me, but... That is because of the special circumstances surrounding this particular case. Oh yeah, the fact that he's Interpol. What special circumstance dictated the need for the killer to frame someone? That would be who the victim was. Oh dear, did I get this wrong? Oh no, whoops. The killer was at a loss on what to do with Agent Hicks's body. But as it just so happened, there were a bunch of empty suitcases nearby. That's not what I meant by who the victim was, Edgeworth. Oh. Being a skinny man, the killer thought to put his body in the suitcase and hand it off. You mean the whole plan to frame someone was an elaborate coincidence? No, that's not what I said. You've wrongly deduced my meaning, Miss Mille. The one with the wrong deductions is you. Think before you speak again. Patience, Franziska. I was about to reveal the truth. Right, so what special circumstances dictated the need for the killer to frame someone? So it's not who... It could be when, or it could be where. Why would you need to frame... I mean, why would you need to frame someone? I mean, isn't that question kind of generic? Like, the obvious answer is because you don't want it getting back to you. So not who the murder victim was, where my thought was that someone went, oh no, I killed an Interpol agent and I need to get someone else in the slammer for it. Where or when? Where? Where? It was where. Because you need to frame it on someone who can actually get into the location. Yeah. The special circumstance is simply that the murder took place on a plane mid-flight. Oh, just because it was on a plane in general. Whoops. No matter which country, customs is quite strict in this day and age. Yeah, sneaking a dead body through an airport is, not gonna go well. So, no matter what you do, the chances that the body will be found is very high. Therefore, there was no choice but to frame either Mr. Nero or myself. In other words, the only one who fits within the boundaries of the criminal's movements is you. It is not Mr. Nero or myself, but you, Miss Camille. Only you and you alone could be the killer. And... What do you mean, and? Are you done already? I was about to fall asleep again. Anyway, let's be honest here. You don't have anything on me other than a whole load of circumstantial evidence. I mean, the fact that you can literally say that's kind of... I'm not sure anyone who's innocent is gonna go, you don't have anything on me other than circumstantial evidence. Like, that's not typically something that someone innocent is going to say. I can see the outline of how the murder occurred, but I have no definitive evidence. And isn't there a piece of evidence that's still unaccounted for? Something that I still can't quite fit into the big picture. The cell phone, right? Like, we haven't done anything with that. Yeah, we've done stuff with everything else.
Take that!
I don't have any actual evidence, but I am going to ask Franziska to call the number of her contact, and see what happens. I thought not. But that's because it went missing, and still is. Missing? What do you mean by that? In the complex puzzle that is this case, there was one piece I kept getting stuck on. And that is the victim's cell phone. Franziska, you were waiting at the airport for a phone call from Agent Hicks's cell phone. Or at least that's what you told me. That's right. But Agent Hicks's cell phone could not be found at the crime scene. You mean the killer took the phone with them? Precisely. I suspect that if we were to find that phone, it would lead us to the killer. Place your bets, is it on her person or in her locker? Come on, get serious. If the victim fell to his death from that height, wouldn't his phone break as well? We won't know that until we try a little experiment, will we? Franziska, I'd like to ask for your assistance. You know the victim's phone number, do you not?
course I do.
Agent Hicks's phone. It's ringing from somewhere, sir.
Is it inside the Captain Hugo plushie?
I hear it, Detective. Now where is it coming from?
Miss Milo, wake up!
Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. I got sleepy all of a sudden because it sounds like a lullaby I used to love as a child.
Ugh. Find that cell phone fast. Wait, is it going to change volume? Yes, it is when we walk in here. It is in her locker. March 12th, 4:12 p.m. Flight G390, first floor flight attendance room.
Ringing's coming from somewhere in here, sir.
Leave no stone unturned, Detective Gumshoe. We must find it. I'm going with here. The ringing is coming from somewhere around here.
But it's not here, sir.
Why do I have such a bad feeling about where we're going to find the phone? It's going to be in Miss Tenero's locker.
Ringing's coming from in here, sir.
What? No, it can't be. Are there even locks on those lockers though?
This has got to be the victim's cell phone. Just whose locker is this, sir?
It's Miss Tenero's.
What?
March 12th, 4:28 p.m. Flight G390, lower deck cargo hold. Can we check the cell phone for fingerprints, please?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, how did it go? Where did you find the phone?
I found it in the flight attendant's room, in Miss Tenero's locker.
What? But
Rhoda Tenero.
I don't know anything about the phone. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Miss Von Karma, is it? I suggest you arrest Miss Rhoda Tenero right away.
Objection!
Wait! I have a theory. This is related to the incident with the keycard. When the killer went to steal the keycard, they conveniently stashed the cell phone in Miss Tenero's locker at the same time.
Objection!
This is related to the keycard, all right. In the same way that we have zero proof that the killer did just that. Ugh. The only voice that sings the truth is evidence. This is one bird we cannot ignore. What should I do? Franziska's right. I can't offer baseless conjectures at this point. Alright then, why did the culprit take the cell phone from Agent Hicks? Must have something very incriminating on or in it.
Hold it!
Yeah, can I look at the photos? What now, Miles Edgeworth? It's not over yet. We have yet to figure out why the killer took the phone. What? Inside this phone lies the final piece of incriminating evidence which will point us to our killer.
We need to examine this phone in more detail. Okay, screen smashed. Ooh, maybe... Nope. I can't touch the battery compartment. But I can touch the fact that it has a camera. I was gonna say, maybe he, like, hid a note inside the battery compartment. Ah, it's a camera lens. Come to think of it, I wonder... How exactly was Agent Hicks planning to preserve the crime scene of a smuggling? Francisca, I need you to confirm something. This cell phone, can it take pictures? Mr. Edgeworth, I can't believe you don't know about that kind of basic stuff, sir. This looks like a very similar model to my own. And mine can take photos just fine. Do you think Agent Hicks could have taken some pictures with this? In particular, pictures as evidence for his smuggling case. If so, I'd say there may be some very inconvenient photos in here for our killer smuggler. But the phone's all busted up, sir! Even a super prosecutor can't repair a broken phone. Miss Mealy, there are so many ways. I mean, for a start, there's probably an SD card in there that the photos get stored to. And even if there isn't, we can probably extract the stuff from it by plugging it into a PC. May I go back to sleep now?
Objection!
The LCD screens on the inside and outside are broken, that's for sure. But that's also reason enough to believe that the killer wasn't able to erase the data. Yeah, they probably just threw it repeatedly on the floor. Or rather, no. No, it probably broke when he fell and they went, oh no, I can't delete this stuff because I can't access anything on this phone. What? What do you mean by that, Francisca? It looks like our killer isn't very familiar with electronics. This phone still rang when I called it, meaning only the LCD screens are broken. It's possible that the photos are still there inside, waiting to be accessed. All we need to do is transfer the data to my phone. Yeah, just take the SD card out of one phone and put it into another one. Or indeed, like, the SIM card or something. No, I don't. Man, what did the original camera phones record their stuff to? I think it was an SD card. Well, I mean, as internal memory. I don't remember very well. That was, almost 20 years ago. Francisca, your phone, if you please. Very well. It's transferring. All right, displaying it now. This is... Agent Hicks was most certainly trying to obtain some evidence for his smuggling case. Hey, the alley Fred's nowhere in this pic, sir. But this has no meaning as a piece of evidence in this murder case, right? Oh, she's right. There's not much we can find out from this about Agent Hicks's killer, sir. Is this it?
Is this the end? Is there really nothing in this photo that we can use? Okay, wait, hold on. No. Okay. We've got the bed sheets, we've got the other boxes. Haven't... Oh, I don't have a picture to check against. I thought the floor underneath the alley thread had said A2 on it, but I could be very wrong about that. Okay, we've got the bed sheets. And we've got whatever this is, and we've got the suitcases. I guess we just look at them. Boxes of bed sheets. These are still in the cargo hold, though. Oh wait, are these boxes the ones that are up in the flight attendant's room? There's nothing unusual about them in particular, but I can't shake the feeling. You're just playing around. If you're just playing around, mind if I go home? Yes, I mind! What exactly is different between now and then? I mean, is it just this section here? The guardrail. It looks exactly the same as it does now. That rail is entirely too low. I even almost fell to my death. However, I was saved in the miracle-like manner. Perhaps that is what to run away from death by the skin of one's gum means. It's the skin of one's teeth, but sure. Try to narrowly escape death by the skin of one's teeth, Shakespeare. Now then, there must be something in this photo. Yeah, it is these, isn't it? What's all this? Oh, they are cargo shipped from Virginia to Zhengfa. So, the reason they aren't here now is they were dropped off in Zhengfa. Mr. LeBlanc, can you tell me the contents of the boxes? Unfortunately, there is no English written on them anywhere. One cluster of boxes is written in Borginian. It says... It is cloth in English. A translation. Wait. No, it's too many characters. I can't use this as a direct cipher. I mean, I guess it could be fabric. No, I'm not trying to do this. I'm not trying to do this. I don't have the other things he said from earlier anyway. Cloth. Could it be? Is this where the killer... What? What for is that scary face? Miss Miller. Yes? It appears that Agent Hicks was no ordinary investigator. He left us with a piece of evidence after all. A striking piece that will point out who his killer is. Ha! Maybe you shouldn't force your mistaken reading of a simple picture, Mr. Edgeworth. The Borginian cargo in this piece of evidence will point us straight to the killer. Okay, the Borginian cargo and the cloth with blood on it? I think it's got to be.
Take that!
What is that supposed to prove? The killer used this piece of cloth to wipe up the blood they'd spilt. But there was one thing that bothered me this whole time. Where did it come from? And now I finally found my answer in this very photo. The cargo that was unloaded in Zengfa had cloth written on it. In Borginian, that is. Oh, yes, of course! Of course, because there's only one person on this flight who would have known to open the box that said cloth on it. And this is where the killer grabbed a piece from to clean up the blood with. That's right. The killer was someone who could read and understand Borginian. And the only crew member that fits that description is you, Miss Camille. Hold it! That's pretty flimsy. The killer probably searched through all the boxes looking for something to use. When you're frantic, you don't care if the box is in English or Borginian.
Objection!
Sorry, but I cannot agree with your assessment of the killer's indiscriminate nature. What? There was no need for the killer to tear through boxes at random at all. And if the killer supposedly could not comprehend Borginian, well then... Oh yeah. Yeah, because if you couldn't understand Borginian, you'd have just opened up the box that said bed sheets in English on it. Logically, the killer would have opened this box first.
Take that!
Hey, it says bed sheets in English right on the box, sir. Precisely. Bed sheets would be perfect for cleaning up blood, wouldn't you say? Hold it! What are you trying to say? But if I were the criminal, this box of bed sheets would have been what I'd have spotted first. However, the killer chose to use some Borginian cloth. Do you have an explanation for that? The killer didn't want anyone to know that the real scene of the crime was this cargo hold. So they were afraid to leave signs that the box for sheets had been opened. However, the Borginian cloth, well, that's a horse of a different colour. Because the killer knew that it was going to be unloaded in the Republic of Zengfa. That's right. That's why the Borginian cloth was used. And the only Borginian reader aboard who could make such a calculated decision is you, Camille. You and you alone. It would be very easy for us to confirm if any of the boxes were resealed. All we would have to do is contact the Zengfa authorities in time.
We may even find other evidence to incriminate our killer within those boxes. Gah! Well, yeah, probably that bit of fabric that's her outfit is missing. With bloodstains on it. So, what do you say, Miss Amelie? Why not confess to your crime here and now? Or would you rather wait and see what we find out from our investigation in Zhengfa? He was Interpol. I couldn't stop it. I brought him here. He started taking pictures. I couldn't be found out. I was scared. I was in trouble. Oh, okay. She was flushing her boobs already at that point. Okay. I March 12th, 5:26 p.m. Flight 3390, first floor lounge. We finished making all the arrangements to take the suspect in, sir. Very good, detective. What about the smuggling route? Did she say anything about that? They're taking her down to the precinct now. Hopefully, we can get more out of her there. Whenever we even approached the topic, she just started foaming at the mouth. Is that because she swallowed the rest of her bubble solution? That was scary, sir. She probably wasn't prepared to commit a murder all of a sudden. One thing's for sure, the ring behind this whole mess means serious business. It looks like there's a lot more to this case than meets the eye. Mr. Edgeworth, I just wanted to say how much I appreciate everything you did. Thank you very much. It was nothing. In fact, I should be the one thanking you for your cooperation. But truly, if it wasn't for you, I might not be here right now. Instead, I can continue to serve our passengers as a flight attendant. I hope that, well, please accept this as a token of my appreciation. That's... Hey, Edgeworth, Gumshoe wanted it. Give it to Gumshoe. Make Gumshoe happy by gifting him a ridiculously expensive suitcase. I see. You don't have to take it if you don't want it. No, I mean, I would never turn down a lady's generous offer. Oh, thank you. I'm sure it will serve you well. And remember, we here at Go You Airlines are always ready to serve, Mr. Edgeworth. Gosh, you can sell it. Yeah, it'll feed him for a couple of months, probably. Thank you, I'll keep that in mind. Now, I must bid you farewell. May all your skies be blue, no matter where you go. Can't believe we wound up investigating the whole day, sir. But boy, was it fun. Speak for yourself. My day was filled with earthquakes, elevators, and false charges. By the way,
Where's Franziska? Oh, she's filling out some customs paperwork for her departure. Departure? Yeah, Miss Von Karma's always really busy, sir. She's been flying from country to country to chase down some leads regarding her case. Detective? Can you cancel the car I had you reserve earlier? You got it, sir. We're following Franziska. March 12th, 5:47 p.m. Hope Springs Airport. Franziska. I thought I told you when we first landed. I have no time for idle chatter. I have no intention of wasting your time. However, it has been a while since we last met. I also have no time for such familiar reminiscences. Just who do you think I am? You are Franziska Von Karma, a very proud prosecutor deserving of much respect. Until only a little while ago, I was but a wretched mutt who was always losing to you. A dancing Pierrot living her life on the name and fame of her invincible father built. True, your father, Manfred von Karma, didn't lose a single case for 40 years as a prosecutor. However, I wouldn't say he was invincible. What are you talking about? The group I'm on the trail of is a little more troublesome than most. The smuggling route we found this time is only one sliver of the big picture. Sounds like a dangerous assignment. You really don't have to worry. I can take care of myself. Yes, I suppose you can. Plus, there is another agent on this case with me. Oh? Another agent? He's a star among Interpol agents and has the highest successful arrest rate. Who knows, you may even run into him one day. I was simply caught up in this one case. I hardly see why we would cross paths. I suppose. But I doubt he would say the same. I'm not following you. You'll understand soon enough. The fight has only just begun, Niles Edgeworth. I'll be back in this country soon enough. And when I am, you can be sure I'll pay you back. In full. And just like that, she's gone, huh, sir? Thank goodness. I can finally rest easy knowing I won't have to watch out for her whip. Detective Gumshoe, I want to thank you for all of your help and cooperation. Here, have the suitcase. Oh, it was nothing, sir. I was just happy to be able to work with you again. I think I'm going to celebrate by adding a little extra salt to my instant noodles tonight. Just how much did you cut his salary by, Franziska? Detective, I was wondering if you might give me a ride down to the prosecutor's office. Sure thing, sir. I'll even fly down the road in the patrol car if you want. Don't make me remind you, Detective. Safety first. Edgeworth, I think you need to take Gumshoe out to an all-you-can-eat buffet. And help him sneak things out in his bag. Thus, I solved the first case upon my arrival home. Franziska Von Karma, smuggling route she was after. The leaders of that ring had already put their trump card into play. And the players on the other side of this war, they would begin to make themselves known through the next incident. Edgeworth speaking. Finally! I called who knows how many times earlier, but I couldn't get through. And you are... have you forgotten my... No. Okay, no. We need a different voice. Have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? So... It's... yeah. I'm guessing it's, no. Who's gonna call him Miles, my boy? I mean, probably... It's not gonna be Von Karma, right? Surely. He's in jail. He hasn't had the opportunity to call who knows how many times. The only character I can think of my boy fitting with is that that other defense attorney, the one that Mia apprenticed under. Like, so it would be like, have you forgotten my voice, Miles, my boy? Nope. Yeah, Goldberg, that's who I was thinking of. Nope, the answer to that question is no. It's Mr. Amano. Who is Ernest Amano? Is this someone that we have met before? I don't recognize it. Mr. Amano. Ernest Amano, correct? Ah, so you do remember me. I know it's rather sudden, but I can't ask this of anyone else. There's been an incident, Miles. My son, he has been kidnapped. A kidnapping? Ooh, not a murder. Right. I need more water before we get into the beginning of this. I will be right back. And I'm back. Let's get into the middle of the... No, let's get into the beginning of this next case. The kidnapped turnabout. March 13th, 10:11 p.m. It's time. Don't worry, Mr. Edgeworth, I'll be following your every movement with binoculars. Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup. You can count on me, sir. I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Who would have thought that upon my return I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case? And that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop off. They like using turnabout. I mean, that's the whole, So, in Japanese, this series is not called Ace Attorney, it's called Gyakuten Saiban. The first part of that meaning turnabout. So basically all of these cases are named thematically for the series that they are in. I think all of them are something turnabout. Why is all the bridge decoration the blue badger? Also, I love how we're giving them the ransom demand in the suitcase that we didn't want. I guess we didn't give it to Gumshoe. Let's see. I checked the money was all there, safe inside this suitcase. Now all I have to do is await further instructions from the kidnapper. Which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place after all. Is there a whole Blue Badger theme park? Welcome to Gatewater Land! Oh, thank you. And a big hello to you! I am the Proto Badger. Nice to meet you. Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me? A picture? Of you? I don't think this is where Gumshoe's money is going. This may be where the chief of police is going. Gumshoe only did the construction on the original Blue Badger, I think. Not the I don't think he did the design. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Aw, that's too bad. Well, have a good day. Hello? Who are you? You're not Ernest Amano. It sounds like the kidnapper is using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth. Are you a cop? No, I'm a prosecutor. Not quite a cop. I know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me. I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium. So, this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe, I really need you to come through for me on this one time. Why on earth is he being allowed to drag an entire hold suitcase around this theme park? Events schedule. Battle of the Magicians Max Galactica. Hey, we've seen him. Versus Troop Gusei or something like that. And the second. Here. Let's get this slightly closer to my face. It's it actually says Troop Garmarai. The Gavina's special concert. Edgeworth speaking. Next, come to the haunted house. And just how long do you intend to have me wander around for? That's for me to decide. You don't have much of a choice here, my friend. I suppose not. I've arrived. Go inside. It's a bit of a fun house, not just a haunted house. What a dismal place. Yeah, there appears to be like a dead blue badger over there. That's it. Go through those doors. Am I being watched from somewhere? Leave the money and go now. I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do what they say for now and not push it. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. Is it time to explore the haunted house? Oh! It got up! Oh boy, it's got a sword! Yeah! It was a trap. March 13th. 11:23 a.m. Somewhere? Has Edgeworth also been kidnapped? That guy betrayed. Closest his attorney came to horror. Mm. Oh, can't be. Then the deal... Who is that? What are they talking about? Split police. Alright. In front of meet up. I can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Edgeworth has a head injury. Ah, we're backstage. Are those just boxes in which the various mascot heads are stored? Where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop-off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I mean, you probably shouldn't have told them you were a prosecutor. That's probably a little too close to being a cop. Maybe you should have just said you were a lawyer and not specified which kind. Because it seems reasonable for someone to send their lawyer to do the ransom drop-off. I mean, to me. I can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. Ah, that's what he looks like. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the powerful Zaibatsu, the Amano Group. But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, had been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. I can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. I must escape somehow. Yeah. Was that you making that funny sound? Who's there? How dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Oh, okay, different voice. I need a different voice. That's a ninja. Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? A kidnapper? Me? No way! I'm not into such petty crimes. Nope. I'm after something much, much bigger. She might be the key to getting out of here, might she? Yeah, quite possibly. She's the key to something. I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight. Oh, you're the thief. One alone soars to shine the light of righteousness on the world's blight. And that one is me, for I am the great thief Yatagarasu. great thief. Did she really just claim to be the Yatagarasu? Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. Why would you do that? I don't know if we're going with key for a day here or something. Or whether we're referencing a Faraday cage. You can call me Kay. Kay? Good. Glad that's settled. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you would be so kind as to remove these ropes. I wonder, should I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and icy glary on me, you know? And this rope goes through here, and there you go. What a relief. I owe you my thanks. It's okay. You can pay me back in full later. Now then, what question should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all? You doubt me? I get it. You think that a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right? That's not the part I have a tough time believing. I am the real, genuine Yatagarasu, you know. Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? What? Of course I'd mind. I haven't stolen anything yet. Seriously, I don't know how you can say such a horrible thing to your savior. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. When you say you're the Yatagarasu, do you mean you're the Yatagarasu? Yep! The most righteous of the righteous, the legendary great thief. But I inherited the title only recently, so I haven't had the chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatagarasu. I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. Well, someone hasn't watched... oh, my brain has disappeared. Yeah, someone hasn't watched The Princess Bride, have you, Edgeworth? But don't worry, I've got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to a big arrest, would they? I knew it! There's just no reasoning with a prosecutor. I'm not the problem here. I mean, also, how do you know I'm a prosecutor? Drag, have you never watched the movie The Princess Bride? You should fix that. It's very good. I'll have you know that the Yatagarasu has no interest in stealing pretty trinkets. It's one thing and one thing there's one thing and only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing, and what would that be? But that's gonna have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least that's one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you. So, you never told me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Now I remember. How can you remember something I just told you, but she sure is cheery. Alright then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's get out of here. It would seem that we're locked in from the other side. Didn't she come in through the window? What? No way! I don't hear you! La la la! Okay, do you remember where you came... You do remember where you came in from, right? It looks like that might be our only way out of this room. Whoops! Slight miscalculation! That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. I mean, I'm pretty sure Edgeworth can give you a boost. But whether you can then pull Edgeworth up behind you is a question of your strength. I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can't find another way out. Ooh, escape room. Alright, isolation room. Well, let's look at the head. What is this? Looks like the Bad Badger, and it's looking bad as ever. Is it the Bad Badger just because it's got sunglasses and a beard? Looks like a costume head to me. I guess the Bad Badger's costume is at the very least a two-piece, huh? The real question is, why is only the head sitting out here on the floor? Bad Badger's head. Costumes separate into head and body. His head was left in the isolation room. I'm going to ignore the mobile phone on the floor for now. Hey, there's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, I think it's a Pink Badger costume. Pink Badger. You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you'd better study up on the whole Badger clan with this. What is this thing? So we have Proto Badger, the very first Badger. Bad Badger, foul criminal with a gun. Blue Badger, an ally of justice who keeps the peace. Pink Badger, note her unique pink bow. Is it unique because it's pink? Also, why does she have half a set of handcuffs on her? What has she escaped from? Think of it as a Bible of all the things you'll ever need to know about the clan. Whatever. I suppose I can keep it as a reference guide or something. Book detailing info on the whole Badger family. I suppose this means this is where they keep all the costumes. It certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger family's home. There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty. Which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. Seems that the costumes of the Badger family are kept in the isolation room. But aren't these badgers the mascot of the police force? Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Gatewater group owes the police from all those cases they solved. Wait, the Gate... This is the owners of the Gatewater Hotel, is it? They have all the power of the state and they use it to make a theme park. It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped double-looping roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy from just the thought of such a thing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Well, that looks like a key. I suppose this is the pink badger. But since it has the same design, doesn't it seem forced to call this one a female? Yep. You think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are. That's the only difference. And the fact she's pink. Yes. And her lips are red. See? Lipstick. I don't see it. What? She has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon, or is that too obvious? This is that blue badger I met at the main gate. Excuse me, but his name is Proto Badger, not Blue Badger. He's based off the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. I suppose as he continued to redesign him, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. Are we comparing the blue badgers to humans now? So this is the blue badger's rival, the bad badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence toward this badger, Kay? I can't believe you'd be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it! I've decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. Look, it's the blue badger! I suppose even this thing can be popular with women. My nemesis! What the... Why is she beating it up? He's got the word badge right in his name! That's nothing but bad news for someone like me. And to think he's out there wandering around in this park. I better be careful or he's going to arrest me by the power of his name alone. I somehow doubt that the blue badger has the power to arrest anyone. Is there anything else to look at except the key? No? Okay. And what have we here? Ah! Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look? Well, don't mind if I do. Oh, I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something. Tiny key. I may be able to open something somewhere in this room with this key. Something is what is relevant to my interest. one of the lockers? Let's look at the paint. Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape. And what exactly do you have in mind? Well, we could paint help in really giant letters. And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters were inside a building? Okay, then how about we light the paint on fire and send out coloured smoke signals? Anyone who saw it would think some crazy arsonist was about to call the cops. Actually, that may not be great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all. Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? They're holding a blue badger's photo rally. You didn't know? Plus, it's not just the blue badger; it's his whole family too. That's why we were asked if we wanted to take a photo earlier. If you manage to snap a shot of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize. Badger photo rally. Take a picture of every member of the Badger family and receive a prize. There's only one of each of the 4 family members wandering throughout the park. Best of luck. I mean, apparently not. Apparently there are 2 proto badgers and 2 blue badgers out. Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that? You can't do that! That's cheating! There's only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it. Speaking of badgers, there was one sitting against a wall in the haunted house. Seriously? Somehow I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costumed ones walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game. How quaint. Badger photo rally. There's only one of each badger in the park. Try to get the whole badger family. Okay, now the phone. Isn't this my phone? It looks like it made it through the ordeal intact. If only there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside. But we do have a way. Right here. Edgeworth, I'm not sure you're going to get a good signal inside this concrete box. There was a cell phone here this whole time? If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now. Oh.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? I was so worried, sir.
I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm such a failure. If only I hadn't lost sight of you.
Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now?
You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on it. But in doing that, I sort of...
What's wrong, Detective? Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me. Who is this? Shilong Lang of Interpol. Ah! The Interpol guy we were just told about. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard a great deal about you. So, why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case? Don't sweat the details. A crime's a crime, whether it's on a local or global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble. And why would you say that? Lang Zi says, the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift?
You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning. I mean, we did contact the police. Gumshoe was police. I'm sorry this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste. Sorry, no can do. What? We're hunting the kidnapper now, and I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you. Eventually. You... What's wrong? Did you get cut off? No, my phone ran out of power. No way! It doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means. Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, I'm sure we'll find a way out. Okay, the key is probably for one of these lockers. Man, why'd they have to put the windows so high up anyway? How's a thief supposed to make a daring escape? I suppose we could make our way out if we were able to climb on top of these lockers. That's pretty clever. You'd make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't ever place my name and the word thief in the same sentence again. Let's see. I wonder if I can jump and grab the top of the locker here. That looks like a no. Man, why'd they have to make such ginormous lockers anyway? Yeah, if this was only like one layer of lockers, we'd be out of here. Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we'd need some kind of foothold. If we can get to the top, then we can escape, if only there were some footholds. The key isn't to the lockers? Okay. I mean, maybe I can say locker's tiny key. No. I mean, maybe we could... No, these are not good... These are not good structural cardboard boxes. Oh, there's something here. This is the beam I was tied to. What's up? I was pondering if perhaps we could make it over and out of the window if we climbed this. Good thinking! And if it's climbing action you need, just leave it to me! Thanks. This little hook looks like it might make a good foothold. Up you go, Kay, and good luck. Count on it! The great thief Yetagarasu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies! Here I go! As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing. There's a hook on this beam, but it's not enough of a foothold to climb out with. Okay, can we go locker that needs footholds in this then? What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know. No? Okay.
Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went? Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went into the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with two kidnappers here. After that, they left. It almost seemed as if they were done with you. I suppose that's the case, as my kidnapping seems like an afterthought for the $1 million. Well, if they went into the next room, let's see what we can find out through the slot. Ooh. Try and look through. Ooh, we can peer into the room the kidnappers were in from there. Chairs, a ladder. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Well, okay, we'll start. Nope, the chairs are irrelevant. Okay. And there's a beam in the next room identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook on it to hold a propped-up floor panel in place. Oh, that's what the hook's for! So we can potentially lever the floor up and get out. Which reminds me... Did you find something useful, Mr. Edgeworth? Perhaps. I may have found a very handy hint as to how we get out of here. Is that what I think it is? Oh, so now you're thinking, Edgeworth, if we open up the floor in this room, we can go through to that bit, grab the ladder, and come back. It looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome! They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves! No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. The tiny key is probably to the floor panel. The panel is held in place by a hook. Entrance to an underground room, perhaps? I think this building was originally built for the basement or underground area. Anything else through there? A door? There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one. Which would mean that I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may have just found our ticket out. Okay, so the answer is actually open floor panel. The beam I was tied to. This hook on this beam. You know I already tried and there's no way I can jump from this hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible. The only way we haven't seen the trapdoor is because the tarpaulin is in the way. I wasn't about to suggest that again, rather it's here for a different purpose. Really? Like what? As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up. So that you don't shut yourself in the basement, or so that you don't have the trapdoor hit you in the head. One of those things. Which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well. Oh, I get it! I didn't notice its existence all this time because it was being hidden by this tarp. Alright then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Now, this is what I call a treasure. Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure. The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch. Alright. This thing is locked down tight. Aw, fiddlesticks! Tiny key. Locked underground entrance. I believe you're up, Kay. Huh? Why me? Because we need to use the tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to. Oh, gotcha! Just leave it to me! I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something big. I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now. Alright! I got the secret door open and now... wait! She jumped down and knocked the ladder over. You alright, Kay? I'm fine. The ladder just slipped is all. Thank goodness she's alright. I about had a coronary. There's a lot of really large machinery down here. What about an exit? It's really dark and cramped down there, so I really doubt there's an exit. Oh, I can't believe that happened. You have only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know. No way! I mean, how was I supposed to know that the ladder is removable? Yeah, you'd kind of think that ladder would be solid and, like, screwed to the wall. Health and safety! They have never heard of it. Underground ladder, lockers. I figured out how we'll escape this prison, Kay. Oh? So, how are we gonna bust out? It seems that your reckless actions were of use after all. Are you actually praising me? More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder. I mean, Edgeworth, that would have been my first attempt with the ladder anyway. Check if it's removable. The underground ladder? What about it? This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down. Oh, I see! If we use this... Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers. Well then, what are we waiting for? Alright, now we can get out of here! Yes, we spent entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage, and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. March 13th. 12:11 p.m. Wild Wild West area. With the 10-gallon hat saloon. Also a cat. That's the most important thing. It looks like it stopped raining for now. Welcome back, Nick. We are out of the locked room. Yeah, and thank goodness. You have no idea how hard it was raining earlier. Mr. Edgeworth! I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was going to give out. Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is? Was she the key? Kind of. We opened up a hole in the floor and she accidentally knocked over the ladder that was in there, which made us go, oh, a ladder! We can use this. Well, that's, count off! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8! 96, 99! Sorry, 98, 99. Shifu! All 99 members are here and accounted for, sir. What the heck do you think you're doing, counting my cubs off like that? Oh, so this is the Interpol agent, then? Every person is a valuable human being, you get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave them. Oh no! The cool X-shaped facial scar is attached to the sunglasses. It's fake. No one is 2 or 3. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number 1. Got it? Shifu! Shifu! You are Agent Lang, I take it. You infidel! How dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Yes. Lang Zi says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. So don't you ever forget how to show the proper respect towards another person. Sheena. This isn't much, but please accept my card. Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return. You see that just now? That is the proper way for 2 people to show their respect. Keep that in mind and you'll get far in life, got it? Ah, that's right. Franziska did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Zengfa. Apparently, this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Lang, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case? That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor. How is it not? I've heard a rumor or 2 about you. You solved a murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? You sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal? The comedic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliché. Look, what I'm getting at is that if I'd been there, no one would have died. Oh, because you're an Interpol agent? I mean, if you'd been there, the other Interpol agent wouldn't have been. Are you just suggesting you wouldn't have been murdered? I would have solved the entire case and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today. Agent Lang knew yesterday's victim, Agent Acme Hicks. Hicks was like a brother to me, so now I'm out to take my revenge. Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Franziska and a third person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, as the kidnapped is someone I know. So, I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation. This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. I am in a theme park, not the wilderness. No hard feelings. Why don't you go on back to your courtroom now, pretty boy? You dare to mock the court? I do. And I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today. So we're gonna solve this case with our 3 people faster than Lang does it with his 101. Right? Who uses the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor? And why? Why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him? Well, he probably knows someone that Von Karma put away, I assume. I mean, possibly Edgeworth, but... Alright, men. Good job on the perimeter around Gatewater Land. They don't seem to be doing a perimeter right now. Now just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed. Sir! Now then, Mr. Prosecutor. You just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble, understand? Wait! Mr. Edgeworth! It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why, of all places, did he show up here? And completely out of the blue at that. I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. But we will do that next time. This feels like a good place to call it for today. So, thank you very much for watching. It's been fun. We solved a case. And now we have a new sidekick. Does she count as a sidekick? If you're new here and you've enjoyed your time, please consider subscribing to the channel. You can also follow me on social media, which is linked in the description box. The streaming schedule for the channel goes up over there on social media and over here on YouTube in the posts tab of the channel. This was the last scheduled stream of this week, so there will be a new schedule up later tonight. Next stream will be tomorrow, Monday, 7 PM, to pick up Your Crown Is Mine again. So I hope to see you then, or another time. Once again, thank you very much for coming, and this is Kalla signing out. See ya! Bye bye!